Ooh. So, what are we doing today? You're a GFX artist? Fuck off. So, we can now place objects, but they are bugged. Because my sorting script is bugged. How does this work anyway? If the position has moved, here we're moving up. That's what we're doing. But this doesn't make any sense. If last position Z is greater than transform position, that means we're moving down. Anyway, let's ignore that. Let's worry about Y for the moment. And if sorting order equals 0, that means that we're at the very tippy top. Right? Otherwise, int starts at my ren's sorting order. It's not properly initializing itself. It needs to have an if clause here. That's if last position equals new vector 3 minus 1 minus 1 minus 1. Then how is this done? Render order list. Yeah, we need a for loop here. For 0, and the length is system controller render order list dot count, right? But also, when is this actually added to the render order list? Render order list. Sort render list. All right, I get this. Here it's just going through it and it's checking everyone's positions. But layer check. There, this is where they're all added. Get child recursive render order list. But that's actually a problem. So I think I think we're gonna stop this because what I would prefer is that in the here. Here. You know what? I fucking hate Persona music. Just delete the entire Persona soundtrack. There, bye-bye. In this script, it would be better if the object itself just added itself. System controller dot sort list render order list there, and then just add yourself, right? Okay. Because then the objects just add themselves, and then you can figure out the sorting later. Yeah. As before, I was just taking... I was taking all the objects that were in the map, and then I just added them all to the list by just grabbing them. But now, because we're doing it here, that means I can more properly add objects in, or should be able to. Now, I don't know if it will work right away, but it should work better than it did before, I imagine. Still doesn't. It's still bugged. What is it based on though? Like, this is all sorting order 0. Why? And nothing changes there. No, wait, hold on. I was looking at the wrong thing. Now, I'm standing at the bottom. I'm 3. But here we've got 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2. 0. So it's not working at all. I mean, it is. Somehow this door has been altered. There. But that's because it's like going up, and it can only go up to 2. Can't you go higher than 2? Have you not been... I mean, if we go here and we look at lists, assuming it's render order list, there. Door clone, door mask, door mask. That makes no sense. Why are there so few there? Alright. Now here's the next question. Hmm. Oh. Hello, Soda. We are at... pick and place objects here. But I have a little script that kind of sorts the objects in because it matters like where the object is standing in the y-axis, which order it's drawn. So like the further down on the screen something is, the later it is drawn. So it's drawn like on top of the other objects. But as you can see, it's like not properly doing that. So I have to fix my sorting script so that the objects get sorted properly. Also, it's kind of weird. Here in resources, we have door and door frame. Why is it called door though? I think I renamed it. Let's delete that. How did this work? You could do something here, like missing prefab unpack then. Oh, was this similar to problem from earlier this year? Which having the char object was a problem, and solution was to put the char at the set number on the y-axis. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't really remember what that's in reference to. But what's happening is, like I said, each object has to be at their own unique, like, sorting order value. So if I have a yellow object there, and we have a red object here, then the red object has to be if it's in front here, this has to have a higher sorting order value. So this has to be, let's say, 2. 2. And this is back there, so it has to be 1. But then this is only in case the red object is in front of the yellow one. So if it goes up here, now it's supposed to be behind, like this, and now it has to flip. So now this is number 2 now, right? Ooh. And now this 1. But to do that, it's a little bit complicated, because what you can do is you can simply do something called Y sorting. And that is, you set this sorting value to be the same value as their Y position. So if this guy down here is standing at Y0, then his sorting order value is 0. Or rather, you have to flip it. So you have to have like a maximum value. Let's say you can go up to 30,000 sorting order. Then when he's standing down here, he's at 30,000. And every single pixel he goes up, that changes by 1. So it gets reduced down to 29,9999, 29,998, etc. as it goes up. So that means that once he walks up past, oh, no, this doesn't. Once he walks up past this here, because this also has a certain sorting order value based on its Y position. Once it walks past it, it'll just have a lower sorting order, right? And then it'll just handle itself. But the problem is, well, I don't know if there really is a problem anymore, now that I think about it. Because the problem was that I had like objects that consisted of like multiple objects, and they couldn't be, like, all of them couldn't be 2, for example, in the sorting order, because then they were just fighting with themselves. So it had to be like 2 and 3 and 4. And then I had to like do this very elaborate thing, get it to work properly. Maybe we can just revert to a normal Y sorting, because I fixed the doors. Here, the doors were the problem. Restart it. Now, which door is which? This is that door, right? So the door consists of 3 objects. It consists of the frame, it consists of the door itself, and then it also has something called a mask. And that mask is just like, it's just a pink image. And that image kind of removes the next tile layer behind it, so that we can see through them and just see into the building. And and this used to be a problem, because if I turn on the door again, now, and we set that to that, now you can see like the door and the mask, they are in the same position, kind of, in the sorting order. So one of them just takes over. Either that, or they start like blinking, because the program doesn't know which one is supposed to actually be on top. Or it'll just pick one at random. But I kind of solved that here by adding a layer called a door layer for the mask. And that's so that when you walk on top of it, the player is also on top of it. Because otherwise, if I change this to be a default, then the player kind of moves behind it too, and we get all these nasty issues. So now they can all technically be on the same sorting order value, and it's not a problem. And that means that we can just revert to basic Y sorting, because that's so much easier. Like, it's a million times easier. Let's just do that. So we need a new script. The question first is, what is the maximum sorting order value that we can use? $2,000 million? I think it's like, is it that? 17, oh, no. It's like 30,000 something. I think. Yeah. 30,000, 35,000? 30, 3536, is that it? No? Man, make up your damn mind. What's the maximum? 31,999. Is that it? No? Why is it picking these values? I don't get it. Oh, there it was. It's here somewhere. $3,276. 7. That's the maximum value. And then if I go up to 8, it goes down to minus. Okay. But now, what this also means is that if you just convert your y, your pixel position, that means we only have 32,767 pixels to work with. And that's also the problem that becomes a limiting factor here then. And that means divided by 18. That means we have 1,820 tiles. That's our maximum tile size for a map, which is well beyond what we need as far as I know. That should not be an issue whatsoever. So all we need to do now is we need to make a script, unless I already have one. Y sorting. No, this is an elaborate one. Let's make another script called Y sorting basic. No, not basic. Call it simple. And there you need to have renderer rend equals get component. No, the Robin renderer. That's what this is called still. Get component Robin renderer from Ornstein. And then we also need to get, don't really need to get the transform, but let's just do that. I look tired? Yeah, I'm always tired. And then you set this to rend.sorting order equals minus trans.pos position.y minus trans.position.z times 100. Bullshit. But I think it has to be set as an integer specifically. That. And that's it. That's the whole script. And we remove that. And we add Y sorting simple. Actually, we have to go in. Where are the prefabs? There. Go to door. Set to 0, 0. Y sorting, change that. Now, it's actually not entirely that simple, but it is pretty much that simple. The Y sorting. What it needs to do is it needs to also check the children. So not necessarily. The children can just check themselves. Just put the script on them too. That. And it's auto-saved. Go back to the scene. Prefab. What does this mean? Prefab, open, select, overrides. Overrides to door in scene. What? Apply, revert? What am I? What does either button even do here? Why do you have two sorting scripts on you? There. Andrea. She also needs to have Y sorting simple. And then we start it. Random question. Yeah. Now that works just fine. You know how you have 3 different spaces in the little drawer of the washing machine where you fill in like left the main washing gel or powder, then middle is the softener elixir, and then the right is some additional washener thingy? Yeah. Oh, no, that's broken. But now it seems to work perfectly. All right, we're done for today. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging. Gonna go and shoot myself. But yeah, now this works just fine now. No, I'm just kidding. Feels nice that it works though. Oh. What do we do now though? We fixed that. It was like the entire stream. So does the washing machine suck in and put on the clothes? Or in its water that goes with the clothes, does it pour all the three parts from the drawer, washing gel, softener, and the washener thing all at once at the beginning, or is it separated when it's used, poured in? It uses them separately. It uses water to send one of them down. First it sends the washing powder down, or the whatever you want to call it, and then it washes the clothes. And then if you have set it to 2 washings, it uses the third one, and it sends down more washing, whatever it's called, detergent. And then it washes it again, and then it uses water again, and it's like, and then it sends down the softener, and then it rinses it. Yeah. Does that help? Now you see, objects are a big issue. They really, really impact the frame rate really hard. And that's why you have to limit the amount of objects you have. Like, even this amount of doors is basically unacceptable. The way we have to do it is we have to have like a maximum limit of objects, basically, that can be on the screen. No, not exactly, but rather there needs to be, because now if I walk down here, right, even if I'm down here, all those objects up there, they still exist. So if I just place like 100 objects over here, like now we have even more objects, and I don't know why the frame rate doesn't really get affected here, but but like they still exist in the scene, and they shouldn't. So what should happen is that once these objects are out of the screen, they should cease to exist, and they should be reverted to objects, like just basic objects that we've got in a pool. And then when they appear on the screen, they should be, those base objects should be converted to these objects, right? And that also means that they need to like not have specific code on them, really. Here I've got one called the door hiding, but that's just for the door, like opening the door. So I feel like this should just be an object script that can handle the behavior of certain objects. I bought a new sweatshirt that is like with elastin, and it's sporty thing that must not be washed with the softener, but by accident I throwed it with my towels, and now I stopped everything like after 3 minutes since I pressed start. And when I opened the little drawer, I just saw softener left still inside, but was not sure if it got sucked in already or it didn't, so I guess it did not, meaning I saved my new sweatshirt. Yeah. Woo! Woo! We're safe. Great. I'm happy for you. 15 euro? Wow, that's honestly a pretty cheap shirt. Maybe not over there. That's like the cheapest shirt you can get here. That's like a t-shirt. That's one whole day of 8 hours of work in my own country. Yeah, I know. But hey, you work a lot of days in the month. You can buy like 30 shirts a month, easy. Just- So, what am I doing? We fixed that. That is now officially fixed. I think. Hmm. Part of the collection worn by the Czech hockey team. I don't know how to say that. Czech. How do you say that? It's Czech. I understand. Hmm. You're welcome. See you around. Hmm. This is still bugged. Let's see. So I don't understand why it is bugged. So let's see what it does here. P, and then we click here. It still works. It's right there. That's all of it. And then we click tile set, and then we click object. Now these are broken, and I don't really know why. now it's like I can't click this anymore. Oh no, I know why. It's in here. Here. Check left mouse button, and then here we're doing active window dot trigger. But we don't, it's not there, it's here. So what we have to do here is because when I click, I go through all the windows on the screen, and then I do like a boundary check to see if we're within that window. And then we check all the buttons inside that window, and then if we are on the button, then we trigger it. But what's happening is that when the program starts, all the windows add themselves to this list, kind of. Is that what's happening? Anyway, what's happening, I think, is that when I started, the tile set is disabled, and then when I switch to the tile set, it gets enabled, and then it's somewhere it gets like added to this list or something, or it's just the fact that it's enabled. It's above the object selection window in the list, which means that it reaches that first, and then it checks that window, and because it has found that window, it just breaks the loop and stops checking for more windows, just to save time. And what we need to do is we need to add a check here for editor windows I dot active enabled. There. If the window is enabled, then we do this. That way we should be able to disable it, and we should be able to click. So now I can click and select here, and then we switch over to the tile set. Now I can click in here, switch to object. Nope, still broken. Why? Makes no sense. Let's check the level editor here for the windows. And now, like it is there. It is element 5. But does it have something to do with this? Let's see here. This might be it. This here. Does this happen every time we re-enable it? No. Only happens once. So is it not that? Alright, let's try just manually disabling it and re-enabling it here. Now it works. Now it works. But there's something else that does this. What about enabling this and disabling it? Yeah, that breaks it. So it's enabling the tile set. But why would that break it? Also, what happens if I just move this out of the way? Nope. Like that. Like manually just move it. No, it's still broken. And this thing that we just added, here, this doesn't even trigger. Oh, wait. I'm doing it in the wrong place. It should be here. I don't know which. There. I was doing it in here with the buttons. This should be here. Because that should be the solution. I think, at least. Because once the other one is enabled, then it'll just break out of the loop whenever it finds it. But it was still not quite acting right. No, it's still broken. It still doesn't trigger the debug thing. I'll be right back. So why? Why is this happening then? Or am I still doing it wrong? See, this is active window. And then we go in here and it's like, it's checking the windows. And here it finds the point in AABB. Oh, that's why it doesn't change. All right, so let's see here. Now when we click, it triggers the editor object browser, right? And then we switch it over to the tile set. Now it triggers the tile set and we switch it over to the object. And now it's still triggering the tile set, which doesn't really make any sense. So enabled, what does enabled even get? Enabled behaviors are updated, disabled behaviors are not. Is enabled just for components? As the behavior is active and enabled. Like this is a, oh, it's an editor window. What we have to do is do game object dot is dot active. Deprecated. Active self. How about now? Now it says disabled as well, which is a good sign. Yeah, now it works. Now we can switch between these. Fine. Alright, good. That's another bug down. Yep. I guess next up is some kind of selection tool. Hello, Mariam. There, sprites. Buttons. Toolbox. Eraser, pencil. These buttons are a little bit big, to be perfectly honest. But, here, just draw arrow. More or less. Thing like that, maybe. Terrible. I don't want to just do something like that instead. Eh. Let's keep that. All right. How big is this? 53. Weird. Oh, come on. 15. 15. Much to it there. Good enough. Always been that skewed? That maybe. Now we've added that button there. Now the button itself needs to have new script. This one is called editor pencil button, so we need editor object select button. Editor tool type equals object selection. Now we have 3 tools. Set editor tool, object selection. There. We haven't made the tool yet. Right, need to chill out with that. Let's type break. Oh, brain audit. Pretty decent progress today, actually, for a Monday. We're going to make a tool. Script tools. C# script editor object selection tool. That. Now this tool, I think, is going to be a little bit complicated. The reason for that is because we need to select the objects, right? And the problem is that what's the best way to do that? I could just make it easy and just have like you can drag, and it's just like a 2D drag this time instead of it being 3D. I think we'll do that. But we still have to show that the objects are selected, which means that the objects need to have more code in the shaders to give them an outline, and we also need to have code that shows this selection box. And once they are selected, we also need code to move them, but that should be easy. We just need to add them to a list and then just translate the transform. That should be easy. Just annoying. Oh. But it's also Monday, and I hate my life. Thank you, Monday. Ugh. Wouldn't it be nice just going to sleep? Ooh. Still struggle implementing an inventory? Oh, yeah. So I'm more impressed that you don't already have like 3 different kinds of inventories to just copy paste in. That is the surprising part to me. That's fair. I'd probably do an array. Like a set limit. I really hate grid-based inventories. They're so shit. It only works in like a very, very select case, the amount of cases. Like LMB up doesn't trigger. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would you have to trigger that first? Why do you manually have to trigger that? I mean, isn't that call like always happening anyway? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like that is the problem with engines. Because you think that something should just work in some way, but it works in some fucking roundabout way that does the exact same thing, but it's just super annoying most of the time. And that's why I'm a little bit pensive about switching to Unity's new input system, because it seems way roundabout. But because the original button system, where you just do like input dot get button down, uh, cancel, that system, I think it is good. But the problem is that the way it's implemented in like the rest of Unity is just trash. Because it's all in that long list of inputs, and then trying to get that to work with a bunch of the different gamepads and rebinding them and stuff is just a nightmare. But otherwise, code-wise, it's really nice. It just works super easily. But writing your own inputs, that has to be relatively simple, right? I mean, you'd just be handling it via Windows. The problem is if you want like Linux support, or though in your case it's probably via iOS or whatever. Yeah. Ah. Morning light. It's work time. Work time! Got to pack a lunch. Whoops. Have to eat some potato chips from the vendor today. Oh boy. Alright. So here we need list, game object, selected objects, list, let's call it that. Let's also call public vector for should we call this? I hate bounds. Like I don't like setting. I wish I had a class just for bounds. Public vector for selection. What should I? What the fuck should I call this? Selection area. Because you need to have x and y where it starts, and then you need to have max x and max y where it ends. And I feel like it's easiest to just pack that into the vector 4, but the vector 4 doesn't have an integer, which makes me sad. But in this case, we don't need integers. I googled vector 4 integer, and everybody in the threads were like, "Why would you need that? Nobody ever uses that. There's no use for a vector 4 integer. There's not even any use for a vector 3 integer." And I'm just using that like constantly. I do know better. It's actually really hard to determine if somebody knows a lot, or if they just think they do, because they both act the same. There's always gonna be someone who's just, you ask a question and they come in and they're like, it just seems like they know exactly what the answer is. Like, no, this is bad. Don't do that. Do this instead. But in reality, they've programmed like not even half as much as you. They don't know anything. I always try to get more than one answer whenever I ask anything. But it also begs the question if there is like something bad about using like a vector 3 int, for example, compared to just having 3 integers. If there's like a large enough overhead that it matters, but I don't believe that is the case. I'd rather have the vector 3 or the like the values collected in one variable rather than having 3 separate ones for the most part. But it's just those things that they don't really matter anymore. Not much. Only if you're doing like extreme amounts of iterations. You might want to think about using even like bytes instead of something else. I am doing that. Like I did do that with my tiles. My tile class, it contains yeah, there's no music. I decided to not stream the music, because otherwise I have to only play certain things, and even then YouTube will still give you strikes. Like even if I listen to Rainwave or if I listen to like video game tracks, there's gonna sometimes it's gonna be like, oh, this is a Death Stranding track. Oh wait, no, that's copyrighted because that's just like some fucking Sony track that Kojima managed to get. And then you get a copyright strike on your YouTube channel, and I just can't be arsed. Twitch doesn't give a shit. But YouTube, it's either that or don't multi-stream on YouTube. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure the music can come through a little bit. You say that, but I have a permanent strike from that. When I was playing Lost Ark, I was streaming with music on. At one stream, I streamed with music on, and I was just playing like MP3s, and I got a fraud strike from that. That's still there. So yeah, I'll avoid it. Oh, brain just froze because it knows that we're gonna do annoying things. Maybe I'll just take the break now. It's like 10 minutes away anyway. I can go buy ham at the grocery store. They're supposed to have ham. Boiled ham. They're 1.5 kilo hams. Based off because it wasn't inclusive to give you hams for Christmas. Switch to $40 gift cards. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot easier to procure than hams as well. Yeah. But or something about the boss handing out boxes of hams from a freezer truck. Oh yeah, yeah. Now you get your $40 gift card, and it's all over. Hello, Liru. I hate Monday. Yeah, I get you. My my mom's boss used to give them. It was kind of weird because he kind of just there were like four people who worked at the store, and the boss would come in with like just I don't know if gift bag is the right word, but you know, like a there were like a bunch of different meats and stuff in it, and then they would have to just split it kind of amiably between themselves, which was kind of weird. But they did do that. Yeah, usually. But there's always something that's decent. So as long as there's just like nobody else who wants what you want, then that's great. But otherwise, you have to fight about everything. Yeah. I think I'll go and see if they have those to put the hams out in the store yet. Because my mom wanted me to buy one for her last week, but they didn't have them because everybody already went and bought all of them. Apparently, people went in and bought like 10 each. They just got rid of them all in like one day. But I'll be back in 30 minutes or so. And then we'll try to fix this object selection tool. So, be back in a little bit. Okay. Oh boy. Oh lord. Object selection tool. Alright, so on trigger, on mouse button down, we are going to set we need a mouse origin, just like here, I think. Mouse origin. But here it's gonna be a proper origin. Vector 3. Mouse origin. And that's gonna be mouse button down. There. Mouse origin equals input dot mouse position. Now, for the most part, you kind of do a mouse position divided by 2, but I don't know. Let's see here. Screen to world point. I think this is actually what we should be doing. This is the mouse origin. Otherwise, it's just the screen position. Here, we don't want to instantiate. Here we clear out the selected objects. Well, not necessarily. Yeah, no. I think that the selected objects shouldn't actually be stored here. This should be the preview. The actual selection should exist in level editor. Um, yeah. And then here, while input is gone, this is kind of rough though, because there is only one way to grab objects, and that's iterating through all of them. Holy shit. Got some Fantasy Star tunes here. Haven't heard this song in a while. Is this listed twice? Back. I haven't ever finished Phantasy Star 3 because it sucks so hard. I kind of want to do that. Let's see. I do have a little games list here. Let's add Phantasy Star there. No, it should go even further. This should be Vector 3. First we check if this returns a bool. And then if it doesn't contain it, then we can do that. This will get run every frame, so as a matter of fact, we should be checking the previous mouse position here, mouse position old. And then we do if mouse position not equal mouse position old. Then we can do this stuff. Because otherwise it keeps spamming it every single frame, and it would be better. Well, see, there is still a problem, and that is that if I do this, then I can only add things. It's like, let's say we have a bunch of objects. And then I drag to select like this. Now 1 is selected. Now 2 is selected. But the way I'm doing it is it's checking to see if something is already selected, and if it is, then it won't select it. But that also means that if it's already selected, then it won't deselect it when we do that. So we might not want to do this check here. But a sauce cord. Going terrible. Hate doing things. Oh. I am trying to make a tool that can select objects that are placed in the world. It's just so tedious. I hate, like, making this editor is genuinely really unfun. It is terrible. I hate it. I can't wait until this is passed so I can just help making, like, art again, and also just game mechanics and game programming. That is so easy. Like, I feel like I could program the entire game in like a week, but this takes a year. Oh my god. So basically every single frame, it has to go through every single object, and it checks if they are within our selection, and if it is, it gets added to the selection. If it isn't, it gets removed from the selection. That's simple. But no, yes, no. No, yes, yes, no, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes. Project the world coordinates to screen coordinates and see if within rect. Yeah, I'm already doing that. I'm when I click, when you have the tool selected and you click, it's already checking the screen position converted to world position, and then that's like the origin. And then when you drag up, it sets like the bounds, like it sets X and Y, and then we set X and Y maximum, right? And then it has to iterate through all the objects in the entire world right now, because I'm not, yet I am not doing any kind of what do you call it? I'm not doing any hitbox trees. Like, you can have an area that contains a bunch of objects, and then you have an area over here that contains a bunch of objects. That way you can only iterate, like if you click inside this area, you know you only have to check the objects in there. You can ignore these. We're really very early, so I haven't added anything like that. So we're just gonna check all the objects for now. I will do some spatial culling, like I don't, assuming that I am using the term in the same way you're using the term, where the world doesn't contain all the game objects. It just contains like references to that there's supposed to be game objects there, and then if we are going based on space, yeah. But then if we are inside, or if the camera is where those objects are supposed to be, then we grab objects from our object pool and turn those objects into those objects that are supposed to be there. But while we are in the editor still needs to place all the objects. So while you're in edit mode, all the objects have to be there at all times. Pretty much. So. Well, not necessarily, but whatever. Whatever. We're trying to iterate through things here. My brain is jello. So we clicked, and then we drag, and as we drag, we iterate through the objects. We save the position of the current object to temp pos. Then we check if temp pos is within selection area, and if it is, then we check if the current object already exists inside. Now, if it isn't inside, then we do that, and then we add the object there. And if it already exists inside, then whatever. But then here else, and then we check if the selected objects list contains the current object while it is outside of the bounds, then we remove it. There. That should be fine. Now, I have never used a hash set. I don't even know what a hash set is. I'm a completely self-taught programmer. I have not gone to school for this. Hash set C#. Oh no, not learn.microsoft. Can we find something else, please? Fuck off. Alright, don't fuck off. There. No. Okay. It's like a dictionary. I've never used a dictionary either. Oh my god. Please log in to continue. Fuck off. A hash set is an ordered collection of unique elements. This collection is introduced in .NET 3.5. It supports the implementation of sets and uses the hash table for storage. This collection is of the generic type collection, and it is defined under systems.collections.generic namespace. It is generally used when we want to prevent duplicate elements from being placed in the collection. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. Used Edge, and Edge blocked a pop-up on Microsoft's homepage. Nice. The performance of the hash set is much better in comparison to the list. The order of the element is not defined. Capacity of a hash set is the number of elements it can hold. What does that even mean when it's a dynamic? It has the dynamic size. And you just iterate through it like if you want to go through it with a for loop, you just do the same thing. Like if you use a list or an array, just do or I and just brackets I or hash set game object test equals new hash set game object. Yes. You can for each, but you can't do for loops. Right. Yeah. I think this would work here, probably. But we'll skip it. I'll keep it in mind though. Just today, I was recommending someone who wanted to get into programming to just go and watch like some YouTube tutorial for how to make like a calculator or something, and literally just follow that just to get used to like how to even get your foot in and like how to compile and just all the very basic stuff, instead of doing a course, because courses like try to cram everything into your brain instantaneously, and it's just really hard to digest, and it kind of kills your drive to learn programming. But I did say that going through a course is also good because it will give you like peripheral knowledge. Like you come into contact with a hash set, you come into contact with this and that, but you don't know how to use it, you don't really know what it is. But it's like something, it's like a term that you have come in contact with now, and you can Google it later, and you can, you know, when you come into some situation where you might want it, you might remember, oh wait, there was that thing, right, that I didn't really understand, and you can Google it. And then this is like the exact same thing, except I never watched any kind of or did any kind of course or anything like that. I've only been Googling all my life. Yesterday I did Game of Life as a console application. It was pretty fun. Alright. I haven't done Game of Life, but I've made a casino in MS-DOS. That was... I mean, it's not really the kind of stuff I like doing. I really hate this. Like, this is terrible. I absolutely despise this kind of programming. This editor stuff that we've been doing, it's just not enjoyable. In the slightest. that something's broken. The object. Can't do that. It's not my project. Right. Let's see. Toolbox. There. Object select there. What next? What next is gonna crash it? Okay, there. But yeah, this is what it's like. I've been programming this tile renderer for like ages. Now we're making an editor for it. Walk in behind things and whatnot. And now you can place like doors and stuff over here as objects, while the rest are tiles. And now I just, because we can already select tiles like this. Oh, it seems a little bit buggy still. But we can select tiles, but the objects are their own thing, which need to have a method of selecting and like moving them around and stuff. Been working on an editor extension, but Unity is throwing a spanner in the works and caused strange bugs. An editor extension for the inspector, simply, or in what sense? Custom property drawer. Not sure I know exactly what that means either. I mean, I have made some stuff here. I have a custom editor extension here somewhere. Here. And because I had to replace the sprite renderer, because the sprite renderer has one tiny obscure bug that that completely destroyed everything, so I had to make my own. This is just the editor extension, I guess. But I don't know, like I'm doing something wrong with my renderer for sure. Because it breaks all the time. Like whenever I add a new C# script to an object. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna mute the music there. Whenever I add a new C# script, or not whenever, but often when I add a new C# script to an object, this script here, it interrupts the build, and then the new C# script gets like improperly added to the project, so I have to like move it around in folders randomly for a while until it's like clicks that it's there. And I think it's because I am using update in the editor, and I think that is a huge no-no. But I don't really know what the proper way to do it is. It's like on inspector GUI or whatever. On editor, on... There's so many. But we're selecting stuff here. Oh. Here's like the entire property drawer instance changes. Hmm. I've never done anything with that. Only material property blocks, but I don't think that's related. At all. Property drawer is like a tiny inspector, but working on a single variable instead of an entire inspector. And what do you do? How to render the... Oh, yeah, I getcha. I understand. There are several variables it can't render in the, it can't display properly in the inspector. I know what you're trying to do then. Yeah. There should be lots about that on Google at least, though, but not, it's not always easy to find helpful stuff there. Because it's always someone else's problem and they have like a very specific problem. So it's hard to extract useful information a lot of the time. Because everybody programs very distinctly from each other. So like nobody does things the same way as someone else. What are we doing here? We're setting positions and stuff. That should not be necessary. One mouse button up, it's adding the thing. There was breakfast being given out at work? Wow, nice. Got some sad sausage and pancakes whiter than you? Oh, okay. Hey, you can't complain. You didn't pack your lunch, dude. Uh, the It would have been a single can of chili and nothing else. Yeah, not that bad. Now we have to set some stuff in the renderer, unfortunately. Oh, is it programming so annoying? So I need what we need access to is the mesh renderer. So we just may do a renderer. The renderer should be nope, not like this. We have a controller here. So what we do is controller.rend shared material set a vector. We set a vector. I think we set a set vector. What's the vector gonna be called? It needs to be called object selection. And that's going to be set to the selection area. Okay? But let's also have a boolean. You can't have booleans. You can have integers. That's it. Set int object selection true. No, 1. And this should be object selection area. Oh. What would you prefer? Need some spice? No, it doesn't need any spice at all. Just be thankful that he is using variables. What does that even mean? How do you not use variables? Oh yeah, I often don't catch stuff. That is absolutely true. I'll do that later. There's absolutely a shit ton of optimization that I can do. But priority right now is just getting it to function. And now Restream refuses to show Twitch messages. Come on, Restream, stop being a butthole. I wouldn't mind paying for Restream if it wasn't so ass. That's the thing. It feels like tossing away money when their chat don't even work. Oh. And then on mouse button up, we need to set this to vector 40. This to I'm a little bit unsure whether I want to put this in the shader or not. Or if I just make like an object that's just the outline kind of. Shader is already huge. Right. It needs to be a float there. I wonder if anything else works here. I don't think so. No. All right. But what is the value we want there? It should just be world position. If I dot world position dot x is less than object selection ob selection area yeah, though I'm not sure. um I'm just thinking. I think we'll do it like this, and then inside we do more checks, because otherwise every pixel will have to check unnecessarily large amount of times, or an unnecessary amount of variables, because it's gonna these need to be greater to or equals. What about you? Whatever, just do equals. And then we have to do... Ugh. We have to check if... If I.world_post.x plus what? Plus 0.02. It's less than... No. If world position is less than object selection area.x plus 0.02 there. And we have already checked that it is inside that. So if it's that, or I.worldPosition.x is greater than object selection area.z minus 0.02, or then we return black. Oh, weird. Alright, I guess we'll see if it works. Hello, Kips. How's it going? Ah, something's wrong there. Alright. And we delete the pencil there. Reference not set to instance of an object. There. It's still selecting the pencil. Object selection. Oh, still. Oh, it's selecting the one that's selected already? There it is. Alright. Now what? Crash. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Whoa. No, I think it's here. When we make the tool itself, it's not setting itself to be tool type equals editor tool type object selection. There, because we need to create the tool, and when it creates itself, it needs to set its own type to be itself. It did not have a type, I think. No, it's still getting hung up there. Oh, I'm not sure we're creating it. Are we? No. Editor selection tool equals new editor object selection tool. This. We hadn't created the tool at all yet. Now it's selected. And what if we drag? If we drag, it crashes. Ah! Ah, ah! Object reference not set to instance of an object. Is Kingmaker on tablet or something? I don't think so. No. Oh, I forgot. Right. Here. Keep accidentally flicking the dialog window. Just press the buttons when you choose options on your keyboard. I don't think I've ever clicked an option. Well, maybe I have, but still. Object list equals new list of game objects. Too twitchy? I understand. Alright, how about that? Well, it works, but it is not doing the thing. Let's see. We can check in here. See if it is happening at all. Here we should have object selection, right? It is setting object selection to 1. but the object selection area is not being set yet. And the reason for that is because we are not setting it at all in here. So I have actually programmed this before. So where is that? It's called the square selection tool. Well, yeah. Oh, this is so tedious. Oh! Because it's not as easy as just you click and that's where it starts, and then you drag and that's where it ends. Because you need to have AA and BB, right, for the selection box. But if you click here and you drag up, then you are changing the BB value. But if you click here and you drag down, then you need to change the AA value. So you actually need to have an origin and then just check the position of the mouse compared to the origin, and that determines whether you are changing the AA or the BB. So we need to do that. Whatever. I can't be arsed at looking at the other one. We've got the mouse origin there, and then here all we need to do now is mouse position old. This should also be this, right? So, and mouse position here should be like that. Just a normal vector 3. And then we have already set mouse position here. Then to set the origin, we need to set this as mouse position only. That's fine. And then here on mouse button 0, we will set if mouse position does not equal mouse position old. We'll also set mouse position old here to be new vector 3 -1 -1 -1. That way it will always trigger this right away. And then here we need to check if mouse position X is greater than mouse origin X, and mouse position.y is greater than mouse origin.y. Then we set selection area equals new vector 4 And this means that we are moving up. No, it's not that easy. It has to be. We have to check the x and the y separately. So we check the x like that. If the x is greater, because the y can be lower. Now, let's just do it like this. If mouse position dot x is greater than mouse origin, then this is set to mouse position dot x, else mouse origin dot x. Then we check y, the exact same thing. I think we need to have greater than or equals to there. And then here, no, this needs to be less than, because the x and the y are the bottom left, so they need to be if mouse position is less than mouse origin. And then here it's just the same except greater than. There. Then we've got the selection area, and then this over here. Now let's see what happens. Aha! It just works. Thank you, Todd Howard. Got a little selection area here. 2 pixels wide each side. Now the question is, does it select anything? Is it actually doing that already? Let's see here. We are adding selected objects here, so let's do debug.log selected count plus selected objects list count. Do the same there. It is selecting them. So while I want to shoot myself in the head and go to bed, let's try to just finish that up, because it's really, 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 really close. What you need to do now is we need to go into the renderer once again, and we need to have, we can use object selection again. And then we go into region object. And then here we are checking if something is an object. And then we do if object selection equals 1 or does not equal 0. And we can go up and copy that thing we did here. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be similar. Ooh. Now, here right now we are checking if we are within the area, but we really just need to do this check down here, I think. iWorld position is less than object selection area dot x plus, but instead of object selection area, it should be I dot position. Now let's see, how do you do this? Because we need to check. Well, we can do it the easy way. First, if I dot world position is it's really what we should be using here is the UV, I think. But the problem with the UV is that you have to multiply it by the texture size, which we can do. I think we can do that. Multiplied by main text pixel size dot W. Is that what I want? Yes. So it needs to be IUV dot, if you IUV dot x times main text pixel size is less than, in this case, just 0.02. No, it'll be 2, just 2. And here as well, if it is less than 2, there. But here it has to be we have to do it again. -2. Then there again, though here it needs to be y and w -2. Then we return that. Else it can return we already have a color here. Else return main text i.uv times 1.2 or 1.3 or something. Let's go with 1.2. That should work. Chart is a valid Wordle word. Nice. Have you successfully used it to finish today's Wordle word? Ah, it's black! Okay. I know what's happening. It's just annoying as always. So what's happening is I was trying, like, all the objects and the main tile renderer use the same material, and they are all shared. So none of them are instanced. So what I do is when I start dragging, I set object selection to 1 in the shared material. And because of that, all the objects count themselves as selected, and then or it doesn't count themselves, it just says object selected equals 1 in the shader. And then I tried using that variable to determine if they are selected, which makes no sense. So what needs to happen is I mean, I can do something really funky here if I really want to, kind of. Oh, and I'll just add another variable. Who gives a shit? There. And then here we are going through the objects, right? And then in here we are checking if the selected object list is not in there. Then we add it, and then we need to set selected. No. Just do world container dot world objects dot, and that is game objects. Then we need to do get component renderer dot shared material dot need a material property block, call it mprop block, post new material property block, right? Didn't I make some other way to set a material property block on an object? Like, what does it look like inside my renderer? Do I have a method here? Create mesh. Create mesh. No, not really. I'm like, the material property block is a little bit weird. What it likes to do. So I'm not really 100% sure what the best way to use it is. But here we're gonna do mprop block. Oh, it's only set there. Okay, it needs to be set up here. We can set it on mouse down or something, whatever. And then we do mprop block dot set bool. Nope, set int object selected 1. And then you do set the vectors there, and then here you do render.set property block. That. So it's over here, we do that, and then we do that. We go into the shader again, and we find this, which needed to be an integer apparently. Hmm. Isn't working. It did do something there. It makes it disappear. Where do you disappear? Disappear on the pivot point somehow? Very strange. Well, not really that strange, I think. But is it working though? If we look at RIA here, object selection, selecting that, object selection is true, didn't expose it. She does not count as selected there. Where is it? Is it just random? Oh, Mark. Anyway, she's supposed to become selected, which she is not, obviously. But I wonder. That is a good question. I don't know anything about either of those. Hmm. Am I doing something obvious wrong? Obvious selected. No. This should work. No, that's a pressure cooker. Why does it not work? I hate property blocks because they just don't want to work randomly. And I don't understand why, really. But let's try doing this. And get property block first. Then we set the property block after that. Okay. That worked. It became black, so it is working now. Maybe? No, it's just being weird. Let's check if it has anything to do with these. Fucking hate property blocks, dude. I can't think of a reason why this doesn't work. It just doesn't. Let's try doing something roundabout. Such as that. And then instead of doing anything else, we do prop setter equals 1. Maybe there's like some conflict if you're already using a prop setter or some shit. That worked instantly. I fucking hate this program. Oh, whatever. There. Now we can select them. Now the math is obviously off. Um, in here. So this needs to be just main pixel size, like that. Because the I.UV multiplication, that tells us where we are. But right now we just want to be greater than the pixel size -2, right? There, it kind of works, but it also doesn't. Yeah, like Ria not being properly selected is really strange. Coworker dumped a container of tea he bought at an Asian market, said it smells weird. I look at the back and it has a California Prop 65 warning that causes cancer. Okay. But I think we're gonna stop here. Let's see. Why? Why does this work? This should both be W. This is so weird. Z. Z. There. That shouldn't really have been working at all. There. It works there. I don't know why it doesn't work on Ria exactly. But we can now make an object selection, and we can select the objects on the screen like that. They just pop up, and we can deselect them. And we fixed a bunch of other bugs today, so I think we did a lot. In a recent study published in the Journal of Toxicology, off-the-shelf varieties of black, green, white, and oolong teas in tea bags, they found that all brewed teas contained lead. Oh, nice. Very cool. But yeah. Oh! good Monday. We'll stop there. I'm gonna go eat, and then we just play some more Pathfinder. So, I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.